Good morning, everybody. Bullish on 69? I've been bullish on 69 for months. I'm starting to think that Ryan Cohen just reads our shitty DD. I'm not even kidding. Violent 69 potential. Will he start talking about dick pics soon? Probably. Muted? Is that working? Why the fuck is he trying to use my camera as a microphone? Hold on. That should be good. There, yeah, there we go. It's working. Quest trade borrow rate over 3%. That's good to know. Fidelity's borrow rate went up this morning. I didn't see a GME billboard in Times Square because as a New Yorker, I never go there. This seems pretty off for a person in his position to be posting. He's like a 36-year-old CEO of a bordering on small cap company. I'm pretty sure he can say whatever the fuck he wants on Twitter. Monday is T plus 69 from the November run up calendar days. So 69C from the November run up, which was November 3rd's run up was 69 calendar days from the August run up. It works that way every time because it's a cycle, but it's fun to think about. Ding ding. What is this? A Ryan Cohen tweet? No short attack? Delta neutral's at 100. So that's getting dragged back down or down a little, which is bullish as fuck. Move. Oh, it's locked. I locked it. You bitch. Ah. I can hear you, Norman. Mo Money, thank you so much for becoming a Cornish man. I appreciate it.
Welcome to Cornish.
Trying to decipher the anagram in RC's tweet. So far, I have options always go pre. What do you think is more likely? Government entities colluding to bring down the market, retake over the cash creation activities, or the bill for printing trillions of dollars coming due? Probably taking down the market. They don't want to print more dollars because then the dollars they already have are worth less. Rich people don't like that. So they prop it up until everyone can get out, and then they let it crash. For the SPY, I like the 30, 60, 90, and 120. Willie. For long-term analysis. Happy anniversary. Morning, Barney. Is he coming out full Dan on the last tweet? Always has been. Mr. Finch, thank you, Gherk and Quants, for all your hard work and TD over these last few months. Stocks only go up. Let's fucking go. Happy birthday. Thank you, Mega Mole. If Wendy's accepts loopering as payment, I'll eat a Baconator on TV. How many 510 weeklies will you buy? You think there's a chance we're getting some calls between Feb 18th and 22nd, or will IV be up on Mount Olympus? There may be a chance to get some calls, but IV may also be up. It could crush a little. It's not that there isn't an opportunity, it's just not a great one. I think RC's been watching the stream and is telling you there's no need to go back to school. It's sure. Thanks, A Steve. Also, happy birthday, man. We're going up to 69 today. Where are we going today? I don't really have any expectations for today. I should probably make that really clear. Today doesn't look good. Scott, welcome to Cornichon. Thank you so much.
Welcome to Cornichon.
Any gaps we have to fill?
Cornichon. Cornichon.
Not to the downside. I think there's some upside gaps that need filled. Back here. There's one at like 97, 99, 103, 105, and 107. Or no, 103 and 105. So there's a bunch of upside gaps, but nothing really to the downside that needs filled. Why does today not look good? Well, I mean, they're incentivized to ride out the rest of this week below 100. try to keep as many puts as they can in the money and then exercise them near the end of the day so they can maintain that hedge. It's going to apply more pressure to next Monday. Also, the FTDs due today are. Why tanking after good earnings? I don't know, but I'm excited. I hope it drops more. Oh, I'm gonna buy so much cat. Oh, it's so close. Maybe they're just shorting it. They always have good earnings. They're fucking Caterpillar. All they do is make money. Maybe they said something saucy. When will real retail learn they need to stop pumping a dying brick and mortar stock first thing in the morning, only to change their minds and sell it all and crash it? If we can push up through delta neutral, which is now at 100, again, there's potential. There's a gap between 97 and 480 that needs filled. You're not wrong. They never let it run into the weekend. Didn't they let it run last weekend? Like last Friday? I thought they did on 121, like we ran pretty hard. Yeah. Last Friday was good. Look at cat. It's yeah, I know it's dropping like a little, like a brick. I like it. I have some June positions for 220, which I'm not super stoked about. But if it goes below 200 again, cat considered a blue chip stock. It is, but it's the thing about cat though is it's already lost a lot of that overvaluation. So it's kind of ahead of the curve, right? Visa up 7%. Oh, because of the shit with crypto. I'd watch for a bounce. Damn, Visa took off after hours. Find it distracting. There, I said it. Fair enough. Weekly OI isn't really changing, so all the moving down of DN is from longer dated calls. Yes. The late November run started on a Thursday, Friday. Like the OPEX one started. Didn't it start on like Wednesday of that week? They kind of started hedging it on 11/11. It just kept climbing up into the 19th. I remember because everyone was like panicking because the price kept going up every day and they were waiting to buy into call positions. I think Apple will carry us on its good earnings. It could push up ETFs. November 19th was a Friday and it ran hard. Yes, it was. This isn't the same date. November 19th was the OPEX settlement date for November. How likely do you think GameStop RC buying in? It's possible that we saw GameStop buy some shares recently because the free float and the shares outstanding dropped. Isn't Citadel big into Tesla? Everyone's big into Tesla. Someone posted an SS last night about buying June calls and selling on the Feb run up. Thoughts? Very safe. Lots of time to realize value, especially if they're near or at the money. Is there anything stopping RC from increasing his position at the moment? Do you know? What's 3 million shares right now? I mean, $281 million might stop him. SSR and 0 shares to borrow today. I mean, fucking IBKR had like 300,000 shares available. In one of your clips yesterday, you mentioned how your DD wasn't made to know how high the price will run. Make a clip on the topic of all the variables that make price discovery. Oh, Jesus. I mean, price discovery is just shit printing to the lit market, right? It's just that a lot of it doesn't. Theory on RC tweet 69. What? Go read the daily DD. You buy some calls on Monday? Maybe. Tesla dropping like a rock. Do you think it will bounce back up higher over 1,000 at some point? No, because it's not worth that much. No, it probably will. I don't know. It'll take time. Elon's gonna have to say some shit. Although he probably doesn't care. He sold the peak. Take a look at Hood and tell you if your 0 DTE puts are going to print. I don't know. It's running pretty hard. Maybe. It's got to, it might get rejected here at like 1150, or it might get rejected here at 11. I think if the market starts coming down, what's the market looking like today? The market looks like shit. I don't know why Hood's running. RC could have a quant tell him exactly when to buy options for the rest of his shares, and it forces DN down enough to immediately put IS into a gamma ramp. Us? Possibly. Yeah, I mean, it would be smart of him to use options to get the rest of his shares. Are you optimistic about the amount of calls purchased since you released your theory? I don't know if that has anything to do with it. Most of them are institutional, right? Like retail call buying is up, but it's not that significant. I don't think he has 3 million shares left to buy. I think it's like two million something. VIX up to up 4.2. I should just have the VIX on here. Here's a theory about RC2. When a 69 participant is very short proportionally to the other, it can be a very uncomfortable position. Thank you, Long Danson. You would know. Could a market crash affect the next 2 weeks? Of course. If you buy a whole bunch of calls at different strikes, what does that mean? You're trying to gamma ramp your trading account? Kind of. So just about $74 million worth of Apple. That's not that unusual. There's a lot, but it's not that unusual. Since Tesla is a big Citadel holding, what do you make of the potential bubble they are in? Do you think Citadel has been artificially inflating their price also? No. I think just over exuberance and speculation gone wild. Good morning, everyone. Don't forget to like the stream for MOASS. Tendies for all. Thank you, Tendy Baron. Seems like 92 is a decent support. Thoughts? Any reason for that? So initially it was a good support because there was a gap that needed to be filled. Now it's just maybe because it was historical. Sold puts at 90 that, longs don't want going in the money. Do you see Charles Gradante is having a fireside talk on Monday at noon? I didn't. He's the dude who explained the options hedging in that video. Cool. Would we free fall with a market crash until anyone short on GME gets margin called? If anyone short on GME gets margin called. Gaps to fill at 91 and 87 from a few days ago. Did we leave one down at 87? No, there's just one at 91. There's no gap left at 87. What are your percentage amounts for determining a correction, bear, and crash? I mean, we already have bearish divergence over several weeks. I would say we're slowly slipping into crash territory. I think price action to the downside could accelerate quite a bit after a dip below 420. But I'd say we're kind of already in one. There's a gap at 400 and 398. Jesus, that's quite a big one. IBQR not showing any available shares. They may have been borrowed already. There's zero available. There were 350,000 this morning. They're all gone. Was it a space call? A short seller promoting a software mentioned type 4 long squeezes. He mentioned GameStop. Basically, logs are being squeezed out of a position. Takes 1 to 4 months. Okay. I wouldn't use the information obtained from a Twitter space call for anything. It's good to know. There's been a gamma squeeze to the downside for a long time because of the puts they're buying. What are your expectations for Monday? Monday is kind of the beginning of where the FTDs start coming in for the ETFs. Really Tuesday. Um, my expectations for Feb 1st through 8th are pretty high. Specifically like the 1st and 3rd and the 8th. Jesus Christ, are we gonna see a green candle today or what? Nah. There's never any buy pressure. Seven. What would you say is crash territory on the SPY? If it starts dipping below 420 and staying there, it's gonna get pretty slippery. Like that's gonna start to create a lot of fear. You have to remember over the last year the market's way up. So, people are losing gains, but I don't think they're fearful yet. For a real market crash, you need panic selling. You guys have gains? I see. IMPP? The fuck is that? Yeah, the short hedge funds could have done this at any time, but yes, I mean the decline in the market isn't hurting them, right? It makes it a lot easier to pull this off. AMD back to 13. Fuck, I hope so. Will there be a bounce? Oof. I don't know, man. It's not looking good right now. SPY still coming down. Did RC stream in $69 per share? It could have. Vega neutral is down around 60. So there's kind of a floor there. It's acted as a support before. Would you say IV is unusually high, or is this the norm now? IV is high, especially this week. If you go out a little bit, I think it's lower. Yeah, but it's still much higher than usual. I thought this was a never-ending dip opportunity. I mean, he asked if it was good for a bounce. I don't think we're going to see one right now. You haven't lost anything until you sell. Yeah, it's just shorting the downtrend in the market. They're also trying to drive us away from delta neutral. Quest trade borrow rate up to 3.11 from 1.45. Thanks, Saituma. RSI is at 4. Is that oversold or can it go lower? I mean, it's definitely oversold, but it can go lower. When does it end? Ah, it will. It's not going to 0, right? SSR is an impactful tool, obviously. Of course. Not all of these are red. And remember, it's tick. They can't short a green tick or a red tick. What's the lowest you can see GME go? We have delta neutral down at 60, so that's probably a pretty hard resistance. At which point I'm going to be buying a bunch more shares in all my accounts. And then what else is there? There's 46 would be the next one down from that. What was I looking for? Oh yeah, Ko-Fi. Sorry, I missed that. I'm feeling good about this. Bullish as fuck. Dick's trading near 200. Massive FTDs, dude. That's not how the Dix works. But you're looking at the price data and using it for the Dix. I think maybe delta neutral get BTFO'd. I don't know what that means, Draxix. But yes, bullish. If your rubber band analogy is true, we're gonna rock it so hard when they let go. I hope so. Yeah, I said Vega neutral at 60. Delta neutral's at 100. Is any consolation? Hood, negative 8.6%. That's good. Win T plus 69. It's next week. AMD under 100. Jesus, really? I mean, I'll just buy the bottom, right? I said DN at 60? No, I meant Vega neutral. Sorry. Vega neutral's at 60. Delta neutral's at 100. No FOMO equals no MOASS. All these cycles might have been true, but hedgies have this under control now. Do they? For how much longer? How much longer do you think other hedgies go long? There's inherent risk to dropping the price of an asset below a fair value. Because while big institutions might not buy GameStop at 200, they might buy a fuck ton of it at 89 or 70 or 60. And I think they are. I mean, all of this, these last few days, just looks like accumulation, which is just means longs are getting in while the price is low. We see the effects of that with delta neutral consistently dropping with the price action. This is what creates a squeeze. Shorts go short, longs go long, but the shorts make the price cheaper for the longs, giving them a discount. So the advantage eventually shifts. So the shorts are driving the price down, longs are buying in. Eventually there's an inception point there. Where buy pressure exceeds short pressure. And then short pressure is fucked, right? Shorts have to cover at that point. I should write a DD to discuss the T plus 69 concept. I'm sure Carl can link it. Done. No, JFresh wrote that. It's been frequently wrong, actually, but I think that's because our FTD shifted out of GameStop and into ETFs. That's why it seems to always be off by like a few days. JFresh, fix it. What's up with the OI on 211 options? I bought in yesterday. I'm at 15% on the dip. I have no idea. The OI? You mean the IV? IV's going up because the price is going down quickly. BBBY squeezing? It better be up like a fucking lot. Oh, okay. It kind of is. Someone dumped a lot of shares there, but it's continuing up. Yeah. That actually looks kind of good. With the way SPY is looking, do you think long VIX calls is a good play? Probably. I think VIX is pretty ripe for a squeeze. If you have BBBY right now and you decide to take profits on your contract, oh, I don't know. That's up to you, man. Depends on how many contracts you have. Can you back out of the position slowly? Do you have to do it all at once? There's a lot of things to consider there. Only 3% down. We'll regain in an hour. Regain it faster than that. SPY recovering. How do you think ADC August 2022 look? What, I mean, those are awesome. Weird date to pick. Why not? Why not one with better OI like June? Gil. I mean, go with whatever you like. I mean, they're gonna be in the money pretty soon. They already are, but they'll be deeper in the money pretty soon. I feel like you might run into liquidity issues buying in August. They are monthlies, but Jimmy's only breathing. Another drop under the desk. VIX at 32. Is it? It's climbing. I don't know if this looks super great. It could break out. Technical analysis on the VIX is basically useless though. SPY doesn't actually look bad. People forget how fast this stock can move up. They do. If we just started running with some volume, we could hit 200 by the end of today. Like, that's just, I'm not saying we're gonna, but it's definitely possible. Do you have any data for DDS? My WeBull isn't showing anything for today. Yes. Not a lot, but there's some. It's only traded 34,000 volume today. Could be a lot of it's like off exchange. Macor is denying AMC. Oh boy. We've started doing one-on-one sessions like Bruce for ridiculous prices, but with slightly less bagels and grape jelly. No. I don't want to fucking talk to people one-on-one. Put the difference between VXX and VIX is the iPath S&P 500 VIX short-term futures ETN is an exchange-traded note, while CBOE volatility index is an index. Who are you explaining this to? I'm aware. One trades VIX futures, short-term futures. The other is the actual index. UVXY is a leveraged VIX futures, I believe. AMC is $13. It's a piece of shit, is what it is. What do you think of 100C for the next week? Like for next Friday? It's not the worst thing I've ever heard. They're probably cheap as fuck right now. How much are they? Did Ivy spike next week too? It's not as bad. How much is a 100? 415? It's not, they're not terrible. Decent OI. It's so weird seeing GameStop with like individual strikes. If you believe the stock is going down for 8 weeks, is it better to buy weekly puts or buy puts that cover those 8 weeks? Still learning about options at the moment. They tend to drop the price on GameStop slowly, if that's what you're talking about. Sometimes the downside though, like right now, needs a bit more time to be realized. Weekly options are always going to carry the risk of just losing all your money to theta. Is there any other time they were dipping into the shortable shares this much? Not since the beginning of this last year. Do you know that stock is part of the interest in the company that can be sold to investors who like or dislike the company in general? I did. I went from 300K to 3K shares available, brace for impact. It went to zero. And I think we've seen the impact of that already. I give it about, let's say about 10:30. I want to see if the interest rates or the borrow rates have gone up again. What are your thoughts on selling puts into June, July at strikes you're comfortable buying GME at? I already have sold CSPs for June at 75. The premium on them is quite good, and if I were to get assigned, I kind of don't give a shit. What's the premium on them today? It's like 15.65. Maybe I should have sold at 80. How cool would it be to have another run up last Jan? That'd be awesome. I haven't picked up my coffee grinder. New Wall Street Journal article about Melvin explains all the lighted building photos on the sub. They're up all night trying to figure out the mess last year. They also just trade crypto and futures and like Forex. Did you ever discuss the missing 140,000 shares? I'm late today. Yeah, it's probably a share buyback. Did you know the options contracts? Oh, Jesus Christ. Dr. K, what? Wait, did you abandon the Dans? What's going on? When borrowed shares from FID and IBKR came back to Roost, does that mean they have settled that obligation by closing that same short position? They are used on the daily to short and close. Yeah, so they tend to use, at least the ones we have visibility on the daily. They don't tend to hold them overnight. When we start to see the borrow rate rise, that's indicating that they're holding short positions longer. Also, that there's more of a demand for those short positions, like those borrows, which is bullish. That's what we want to see. We want to see that borrow rate spike up. DN lowering is bullish because it means that more calls are being purchased. And so the delta breakpoint is lowering. Right. And we can see that the shorts are actively trying to stay away from that, with the exception of Wednesday. They do not want us to close above delta neutral. So if we close above delta neutral, then they have to hedge for the percent gain. And that's what they want to avoid. They want to avoid that happening. No, just all the shares gone from my borrow desk. They returned 2,000. If borrow rates are going up, would now be an ideal time to go on a buying spree while they're high. Wonder what Warren Buffett would say. It's from his biography. Fuck Matt Kors. I could have told you that. Aside from XRT, what ETFs are best to watch for going up in the next week between the 1st and 10th? The total market, the Vanguard Total Market Index has like $500 billion in failed obligations. Half a trillion. The borrow rate rising was the canary in the coal mine for AMC to run up to $80, right? I don't know if that was related. I don't remember Ape Fest. I didn't go. Are they borrowing shares for locates and thereby burning borrowable shares? Could DRS be increasing that pressure eventually? Would a bunch of apes buying in the money at the money calls be the needle to pop the bubble? I mean, everybody who buys calls continues to lower the delta neutral. If we cross the delta neutral to the upside and hold into close, the hedging's extreme, right? So, yes, buying calls applies pressure to them. Buying shares applies pressure to them. DRS applies pressure to them. Think of the DRS this way. Now that they've actually started to dip into the lending pool, say we have, this is excessive, I think, but say 15 million shares DRS, right? And say lenders are lending out, 40 million of the free float. Or were before. This means that they're only going to have like these are not accurate numbers. It's just an example. This means they're going to have like 25 million shares available to lend. And as they dip into these, the borrow rate is going to go up. And because there's fewer of them available, the borrow rate will go up faster. A really good example of this is like DDS, Dillard's. Dillard's has about 70% of their free float, locked up in DRS due to employee ownership. And so when they go to short Dillard's on the intraday, you'll see them borrow like 10,000 shares, and the borrow rate will go from like 2% up to like 38% over the course of like an hour. So when the time comes and they need those shares, DRS will matter. Options, and especially exercised options, force them to find those shares. So like if we close above delta neutral, like Haley Yelia said, here's our DN line. say we close 5% or 10% above, and they need to hedge, 2 million shares overnight, they need to go find those shares, right? And a lot of them have been DRS'd, which means that if this happens a day or two in a row, this really fucks them. Obviously, the higher this goes, the more they have to hedge. So it's that moment when they are searching for shares and they kind of pull back the covers and there are none. That's a bad problem for them. SSR doesn't work the way people think. Like SSR just means no more shorting, which is horseshit. SSR just stops shorting of the uptick. Since most of their shorts are through ETF creation, these aren't considered a short sale. They're considered a long sale. So it's not like a short with a return, right? It's just a long position selling shares. Because the short position exists through the ETF, not through GME. And so they can just sell, right? Like they don't give a shit about SSR. Additionally, if they're buying puts, market makers are allowed to short through bona fide market making. And why the stock is making its moves. I do. It's like what I spend my entire day doing most days, Ryan. Just like update on the hour. Like, thank you for tuning in to Pickle Financial. Today at 10:30 a.m. Ding. GME dropping because they're shorting the fuck out of it. Tune into PIFI for the latest news on GameStop and other shorted stocks. Clip. You should do the whole stream in that voice. Uh, as someone who listens and can't watch all day, this is actually pretty helpful. I try to make as many clips as I can, man. It did run out of their control for a minute on Wednesday, but they managed to get it back below delta neutral before close, which is all they care about. So when their SLD is returned, does that have a large impact on their abilities to continue this nonsense? It's when they deposit it that I think that it gets wonky, right? I don't know. I don't really pay that much attention to the SLD stuff. I know it has an effect. I just don't think it's that great. Because they need to run away from the longs. So in theory, if a long whale waited till end of day to push us up above DN, that could break the hedgies. Not that I'd expect that, just in theory. That's kind of like a little bit of what happened in Feb is that they ran it last year. Is that they ran it as low as they feasibly could for as long as they could. And the delta neutral finally caught up with them when they had to buy. And they had to buy into it, right? And then the next several days were pretty explosive. Is it fair to call that a double bottom? Yes, nearly a perfect one. Did you know that all stocks and options are manipulated by individual investors buying and selling of said stocks and options? Tell me more, Dr. K. I'm going to time you out if you keep that shit up. Can you read through what constitutes bona fide market making and explain how what they're doing is that? It doesn't seem like they're bona fide. They're allowed to short in order to hedge the put market in order so they can remain delta neutral. And that is unaffected by SSR. Macro is having a meltdown live on stream. I almost want to watch. Ah. Have you back tested that with Yo-Yo, or is that just a guess? I mean, that's kind of what happened in Fab. I can just show you. I mean, you don't need to back test it. The fucking data is right there. Look. See, they drove the price down as much as they could, and then they bought into delta neutral, and the fucking price rocketed. That was the only other time besides here the entire year that we dipped below delta neutral until now. Except now we're doing it with much larger delta sensitivity spikes, because back here retail owned options 1 week out. Now retail has options way the fuck out here. If there was one thing that would have kicked this shit off sooner, it would have been retail buying far dated calls. This is around the time that my DD came out. This is around the time people started buying far dated calls on the dip. As far dated calls increase, like the OI on those increases, so does the delta sensitivity. Far dated calls have more delta and then thus need to be hedged more. This through here was the effect of people buying weeklies. You can see people buying them for the August run, people buying them for the November run. But once people started buying longer dated calls, like over a month out, we start to see these massive spikes in delta sensitivity. That's my own opinion. That's not backed by Yulia's data. But as people are buying long dated calls, so are institutions. Institutions are loading up on far dated calls as well. Bob. Oh, that actually makes sense. I know. It's almost like what I've been trying to tell people for months. Do leaps get hedged immediately if they're in the money? They should. Maccore is just told that GME was the original play. He's trying to fucking get on board with GME. Is Adam Aaron finally buying in? Mr. Finch. For those concerned about the price, can we almost see that hedgies are fucking themselves into a corner, basically? Yes. Leave it to Macors to buy a Tesla put at the bottom of the dip and then call it an intraday cup and handle. Literally just happened. Oh, I love it. That'll teach him to ban me. Short sale availability. At not available now after starting the day is limited. Yeah. Who's Yelia? She does the. She's one of the DD writers from Reddit, also known as Gamma Girl. She's the one who does the modeling of GameStop's delta sensitivity um, like max gamma and like delta neutral, vega neutral. I don't even know what Linuxus is doing anymore. I think he's just saying shit. A small pump between 2.7 and 2.9. Thoughts on what it could be? Yeah. ETF FTDs on 2.8. I wish Linuxus would stop predicting things I've already predicted again. And then I have to explain his reasoning. It's ridiculous. I'm gonna have to talk to him. Stop making me explain your DD. There we go. Is she an analyst or a quant? Quant. So I'm trying to stir up drama, Dr. K. What's RSI at right now? Is this still a relevant metric? It's never been a relevant metric. It's low as fuck. What's it at? RSI 6 is down to 17. RSI 14 is at 25.36. We're bottoming out pretty hard. What was our low this year? 10 on the RSI 6. So we have some more room. We do not have any bullish divergence yet though. Oh shit. I haven't updated Reddit in like an hour. Macro said you don't have to watch the GME or AMC ticker if they're down. That's not untrue. You probably want to watch the AMC one so you can get out before it hits zero. But GME, I mean, yeah, unless you're buying more. We just broke VWAP. That's interesting. Why do you think we didn't repeat Feb in mid-December when the price dropped below DN briefly and then popped back over, despite the DN spike being so much higher than in Feb? Oh, they shorted the fuck out of it. Also, not as much open interest as January. Like December's monthly. It wasn't the OPEX either, right? It was just ETF leap date. But there's two ETF leap dates, right? There's at the end of the year. There's December and Jan. And OI in January tends to be far higher. Because they are so relatively close to one another. Also, we didn't sustain the breakout. So even though we popped above it, we didn't hold it. If you look, the sensitivity, I don't think was that high. Like we popped out on the back end of that sensitivity spike. Let me see if I can show you guys. Can I zoom in? So as our price started to climb up here and we popped back up above the delta neutral line, our sensitivity dropped off. Same thing like a couple days ago when we popped back up above it briefly. And we have to stay above it into close. So if we run intraday and then close below the delta neutral, then they don't have to hedge overnight. But if we run up and continue up, then they do. Do you think we didn't repeat Feb in mid-December when price dropped below DN briefly and then popped back over? I know that Yalia deleted her account. Generally, when you sacrifice a lot of your own personal free time in order to provide others information or knowledge, and they spit in your face, you don't want to continue doing so. Good to know, Mikey. Good grief. Cat is below 200 after positive earnings. It's at 200. I wish it was below 200. I think mini bull trap incoming. The bar shares haven't been used to short yet. Haven't they? I'm pretty sure the big borrow was back here. I would say that they're probably returning them, if anything. Delta sensitivity for today is, it's in the daily DD, but 1.2 million for a 5% rise, 2.3 for a 10%. I need to ask her something. Ah. What causes delta sensitivity to drop? People selling calls. Delta being removed from the chain, so sell to close. Cash settling their options. We saw that Wednesday, as a lot of people on Wednesday rolled their contracts and sold their weeklies around that midday peak, and then so we see the price immediately drop. I'm pretty far behind the chat. Or maybe I'm not. So, in your opinion, does SSR have any effect at all? Watching the trades, it was down, down, down without any uptick in between. I mean, there were upticks. Uh, you could see them. There was a couple, but no. But this isn't just shorting, right? There's a lot of ways for them to get around SSR. It doesn't really affect anything. It's kind of a shitty metric to use. I guess if the only available way to short like was through borrowed shares, and other avenues were cut off, it would be relevant. Um, I think it was more of a system built for a time when derivatives had less of an effect. You have no idea how much you've helped my sanity lately. I'm currently down about 33,000 on my long position. I've lived through last Feb's drop from 348 to 105 with Andrew Mo. I'm glad to hear that, boats and hose. Happy to help, man. I'm sorry you're down so much. It sucks. Spy is testing that support. Meanwhile, Spy head and shoulders falling through the neckline. Yeah, okay, Matt. Short the bottom by the top. Of course. I really hope we see some Dia in action later. Me too. what are the workarounds to SSR? Shorting ETFs, bona fide market making, shorting upticks, right? So upticks can't be realized to the same extent because they can short them. Usually when they short, when and the greatest asset of SSR, or the greatest effect of SSR, isn't realized when volume is low. You need high amounts of volume for SSR to be really effective, because it stops short ladder attacks, which we haven't seen a short ladder in fucking ages. They short ladder attacks. I know everyone thinks that when they're shorting a lot, that's a short ladder attack. It's not. A short ladder attack is where they stage short sales over a given range because they see stacked stop limits or stop losses. Remember, their order book's far better than ours. And so what they do is they'll stagger conditional sell orders for short shares, and they will slam the price. And as each conditional sell hits, it drives more stop losses into the money. And this then creates panic selling. And so the stock can really fall off. We don't see these because there's not enough volume. There's not enough shares to borrow on GameStop. There's not enough people setting stop losses. So these are kind of null and void, but SSR prevents this because this requires that they short a downtick. So that's where it's most beneficial in a scenario that really doesn't affect us. But since Coors is flipping on AMC, will there be no spike on AMC? I was hoping for a peak to buy puts. If GameStop runs, they'll run AMC in response in order to hedge volatility. What's your genuine opinion on order bottom is likely to be? I mean, this is a double bottom on the daily, like a confirmed double bottom. It's very close, like 0.5% range. This could be a solid support. We have Vega neutral at 60. We have a previous support from last February down in at like 46. I don't think we're dropping that low. This may be the last really hard push to the downside, barring a market crash for the next week or so. The worst thing they could have done was take away margin for GME longs. Can't shake people out of positions when they're 100% paid for. Why now shorting this so aggressively? They want to keep us below the like delta neutral breakout. They need to stop the stock from breaking out because there's a massive gamma ramp. If everyone left AMC and came to GME, would that make it harder for them to hedge IV? Yes. That's one of the reasons they keep printing articles that are positive about AMC, even though on paper it's a dying company. Divide and conquer, right? That way they can use the FOMO from one stock against the FOMO from the other. Although Matt Core is bailing on AMC now, it tells me that he probably wasn't paid to pump it in the first place, and he was just an idiot and self-aggrandizing jackass. Clip it. Or do they need to keep it below DN? What is it about that? Why do they need to keep it below DN? Because if we break above DN, they have to hedge millions of shares. For a 10% increase, they need to hedge 2.3 million shares to the upside. What is worse, a paid shill or an idiot shilling for free? Oh, like you've been saying for the last 6 months? Yeah, exactly, Carl. 9? I don't hate on self-aggrandizing. You do it. You're just not an idiot. Fair. Has anyone ever reached out to you to shill a stock? I've only been reached out to shill like shitty cryptocurrencies and shitty cryptocurrency platforms. Also that thing about, oh, what is it? That stupid teaching software, or it's like you go and like watch lesson, you pay to watch lessons on things like self-help fucking DIY platform. They reached out to me. I've told them all to go fuck themselves, basically. Except for Trader Joe's. I can't get them on board. They say the stream's not family friendly. I disagree. It seems like every time they get this aggressive with downward pressure, they're really trying to get in front of looming upwards action. Yeah, of course. That's absolutely the case. There's inherent risk in a system that strives for efficiency, right? Because it wants an equilibrium. And so if you push too hard one way or the other, it will seek to go back to its baseline or mean. That was a lovely peanut butter cup. So good. Guys, make sure to stop by Trader Joe's for all your peanut butter cup needs. Made with 100% real peanuts and no added sugars. No, there's a lot of added sugars. I just put that in there because I think knocking people out of ketosis is funny. When Raid Shadow Legends sell out, the second they offer me, man. You know how many options I could buy with that money? The stream is definitely not family friendly. Have you seen some of the streams from days ago? No? Shill Share, that's the one. Butcher Box. Are they going to give me free meat? I have a friend looking for some help. When you have some time. Fuck you. That's not even the right one. That's the cheap one. You think I bought that? That thing's only like $800. The stream is responsible for a 5% increase in sales at Wendy's. The Dans bring a whole new demographic who pop in after a pop. They should pay you. I'll talk to Dave. We'll see what he wants to do. 2.6K viewers, 1.1 likes. Drop some likes, guys. Don't hate watch this stream. Oh yeah, that bucket of Trader Joe's peanut butter cups is money. We put one in the freezer every once in a while. Nice. Ooh, I never thought about doing that. This dip brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends. Were you saying we might see a market crash next week, or have I misheard you? It's possible. The market does not look good. The bearish divergence has continued through the SLD period. It could be bouncing here or recovering, but it's ugly. It's also hard to say because Martin Luther King Day offset SLD, and trying to figure out FINRA deferrals makes me want to blow my brains out. For Stotch RSI, you said you smooth for K6 and D14, and then other settings are 1414, close in WeBull. What do I have it smoothed for GME? I have it slowed down quite a lot. 14 14 21 21. Oh god, it looks gross. You aware that Phyrexia is back in vogue now? I was not. Manscaped? 90% of this audience is from Reddit. You want me to try to sell trimmed beards to Reddit? What have you missed today? The bad part? I asked you which one earlier, you missed it, so I just went with the brand in general. I see. It's an E65, I believe. No, K30. Hold on, I have to find my sales receipt. I think it's a K30. Nope, E65S. Oh, I missed a super chat. Hold on. What Feb, March, or July calls? That's up to you, man. Don't ask me. I don't know how much money you have, how much risk you want to take. I'm not your financial advisor. If you could have a small window of game playing as it is an AFK game, imagine the attendees. Interesting. Hate this stream. I thought it was a coffee stream that liked AMC and Adam Aaron. You know better. Have you ever had frozen dark chocolate covered bananas? So I have them in my fridge right now, actually. Um, what the fuck? Before you guys start going on about intraday cup and handles, absolutely. Um, this is bullish as fuck. I'm gonna call it an inverse head and shoulders ascending. I don't know if MLK might have had an impact on SLD. I don't think it didn't have an impact on the FTD settlements. Like not a significant one. It shifted a couple things like a day out, but it does impact SLD. But it's very unclear as to how far it pushes it. Thanksgiving did too. If you look at the SPY, right around Thanksgiving, I think our SLD got pushed out almost to was it like the beginning of January? Maybe this is the SLD period. Which one was it that had the fucked up wonky deferment? Was it October? No. October just ran through SLD. Hold on. I need to see a different candlestick. I think it might have been November when like SLD like no. December? Okay, it was December. Or it was December and it was here. December into like the beginning of January because of I think Christmas Eve. So it pushed SLD out a week, and so we see it play out like at the beginning of the year. Or 1/3/22 out. And I think MLK might have had a similar effect. SPY's coming up too. I think we might just be coming back up with the market. But that works for me. It seems SLD gets offset by holidays more often than not. It's because they give them a really big window to make up their margin deposits when a holiday occurs. Ko-Fi? Sorry. Deku, thank you so much for everything, Gurk. Patience of a saint. Love you, dude. Thank you, Deku. How's the US guys? Doing good. Wall Street Journal just ran a story this morning validating Lauer's tweet. Melvin has lost 6.8 billion in the last month alone. Melvin is dead. This is the kind of shit I like to hear at the beginning of my new year. That's one hedge fund down. Now GameStop can rip on the news of Melvin dying. I guess they didn't cover. Are you saying we're all a bunch of neckbeards? No. Thoughts on Fed tapering stock purchases to run SPY flat instead of a crash? Yeah. I mean, they're going to try to prevent a crash if they can. It's also kind of a struggle to politically to see who crashes first. Like for the US, it's obviously ideal if China's market tanks before our own. You think today is a good day for March entries? Or wait till Monday? I mean, it's cheap. It's cheap today. Mondays tend to have better upside action than fucking Fridays. I mean, you can wait, but the loss on theta is minimal. Yeah, no, Melvin dumped like what was it, 4 billion into a Cayman's account. Spying CFDs also put pressure on the short hedge funds. If it's hedged, yes. I'm pretty sure most Europeans have access to options though through like IBKR. Last question: say X million people have DRS shares. Does it make it easier to play options? Of course. Without buy and hold and DRS, the options plays that we're talking about that put this pressure on them wouldn't be as effective. So buy and hold is just as important, if not more so, than the options plays themselves. It's one is kind of the defense and the other's offensive. Trade station, yeah. Why didn't you tell me retail was buying again? Do you think this is similar covering to what we saw on November 3rd? I think we're just coming back up with the market. SPY's up $5 almost more, $6. I bought some 94.0 DT at 88, up 300%. Yesterday you said people wait too long to sell. Tough choices. I would watch closely for volume spikes at resistance. We had one here, but this was mostly buy pressure. If you start seeing be wary of consolidation periods, I guess is the best way to explain it. BBY moving up also. Yep. Can you hear it? It's the Fed's printers. 69 bulls for Moana. I'll think about it. I want the nice clean screen aesthetic today. Except maybe for this. Thank you for holding us together. You got it, dude. If we hit 100, you have to go green. I'll think about it. Do you mean to imply that RC's tweet was referring to T plus 69? Is there another T plus 69 DD you know about? Work on something else, T, that might change your mind on the clean screen. All right. Well, let me know what happens. Hard to say about near the bottom today, and their shares are up 9.5% now. Dope, dude. Yeah, I wouldn't be too concerned with this turnaround. This is good, though. Double test of 97. I think we're going to continue up. We need 69ing bulls today. All right. Wait, no. I have to find him. Hold on. Thickle. No. Where are the rest of these fucking things? All right. I'll throw that up there. That makes me happy. Where are the bulls? I've lost the bulls. Ah, they're there. Perma bull J-Pow. That's Thickle. He's not a Ninja Turtle. He's just a thick pickle. Hmm. We've been conducting a long-term pigeon whale breeding strategy. Um, so far, the things we've created have been abhorrent. Occasionally, they scream. But we power on. You think you'd constantly hover around 3K viewers back in May? This is wild. It's weird. Thanks, Tom. I appreciate it, man. Hopefully, the last one's being a zillionaire before we can all afford to be pigeon whales. Thanks, Pat B. I think RC tweet is because he joined the stream and saw the 69ing bulls. He's cryptically telling us he is in the stream and watching, and that your theories are indeed correct. Let's fucking go. Cool. Is it time for me to complain about the likes? Guys, drop some likes. It's a great way to show your support for the channel without giving me money. Did I do it right? You ever have a really great piece of toast? I have. It's it's phenomenal. I know enough to know I know very little. Thanks for sharing your knowledge. Ah, the Dunning-Kruger effect. Thank you, DECP. Don't give Gherk your money. Thanks, Trash Dan, for your money and 5 months of it. Pardon me for spamming, but I'm going to ask a question again. I keep getting called away and may have missed it. But you didn't. Windmill, ask the fucking question. Yeah, likes gap up at 1800. I'm doubting myself now that I'm clear. ETF FTD should cause ETF itself to be bought and see price ups, or just what underlies it. Or both the ETF and some borrowed parts could climb. Both. I answered you the first time. Don't ask me questions and leaving, and I gotta answer them twice. $69 means short hedge funds are selling and buying to one another, manipulating price action in their favor up and down. What? That's what's been going on all year. No one else is buying the stock. Exactly, Windmill. Tell your boss you're busy trying to get stock questions answered. And back down. That was interesting. They really don't want us above 95 for some reason. Did the market just tank also? No. Negative beta. The price of the stock does not look like it's being manipulated at all. Exactly. Fair, transparent markets all around. Does the market maker hold short shares if they have hedged with them? Just trying to understand. The market maker can just short synthetically. They can naked short. They don't need to borrow shares to short the stock. I would imagine in about 15 minutes, so at 11:46, we'll be able to go check shift search and we'll probably see a massive dump of in the money puts. Unless anybody has real-time options data and wants to DM me that. Let's see if our uptrend carries. Fell a little below. Uh, so we use that as our point of reference. As an options guy, why don't you spring for real-time options data? I mean, the way I trade, I don't really need it. The only reason that I would care about it is GameStop. I don't know. I guess I could. It's expensive for good real-time options data. Very. I probably should. I don't know. I don't like giving people money. You see speculation. Arthi is authorized to buy 15 million shares. 13. Um, yeah, that's bullshit. He's bought 9 of like 13 million that he can buy. Anytime price action gets people down, they just need to imagine how infuriating it must be for the shorts. They literally can't get people to sell. They're burning cash and failing. Yep. um, what is it? Order book. Oh, the one that comes with TDA. TDA has one that's like mm, I can't remember the name of it. hey, I've made $7 on my shitty out of the money BBBY calls I bought this morning. That makes me feel so much better about my thousands in GameStop losses. 19.9% of 77 million equals 15.3. It's not 77 million. 76. What is the danger of playing $1 option contracts? Buy 5 for 5, sell them for 10 when they go up. Rinse and repeat based on your account size. I mean, eventually they won't go up and you just lose your account. Did you ever look into if they were trying to bring the price down for their swaps? It's possible. We don't know when they would write them. Serious question. Fed 160 is down 80% right now. Average them way down to help in what hopes to be their recovery next week or two, or put that capital into March. I'm torn. It's up to you, man. 160 is a bit of a stretch for Febs, I think. Early Feb or mid Feb. I assume you mean 18s. I'm not saying they won't print, but it's like, I don't know. I moved mine out. I still have my Feb 100s and 110s, and I kind of wish I rolled those as well when they were in the money. But I'll just wait on them. How can a company with $1 billion in cash, top tier leadership team, and no debt be worth only $7 billion? No forward looking statements. So if they want to be a technology company, they would be priced on the basis of future growth. And they've made no statements as to how they plan to do that. BBY just had a 1.3 million volume candle. Fantastic. My Feb 180s are down 77%. Do you think these can see any appreciation and value with expected price action next week? Or could it be a good idea to cut time? Good time to cut losses. Don't have any extra capital to add. It's up to you, man. It's a risk to carry the theta forward because the theta is going to begin to decay very quickly on those. So sure, we might run, but are we going to run enough to offset the losses from theta is the question. The other day, hitting about 110, 112, put my Feb 18 150s green and almost got the 160s. So I guess I'm hoping for like 140 ish between the 1st and 10th to scoop those out. That seems reasonable. Thanks, J Ken. They will keep kicking the can as long as possible, only this is not a can, but rather an unstable dynamite stick. It just gets heavier, right? It's like every time imagine that every time they kick the can, someone puts a bunch of rocks in it. Eventually they're just gonna stub their toes, right? Is there a theta breakpoint you typically ascribe to when rolling? Reaches X, yeah, I'm out. I mean, sometimes. You want to you really if you're holding a contract for a long time and you want to roll it before the theta really drops off. Like once that rate starts to bump, they start to decay much faster, which is usually around a month before expiration, month or two. All your cans are belong to us now. Do you think we broke their human psychology algorithms by holding? I mean, I don't think they have an algorithm that tracks human psychology. I think we just fucked them by holding. It's like being in a lift and someone's let one go. As soon as the doors open, everyone bails, regardless if you're on the right floor. IBKR 168,000 shares returned, rate 1.3%. Okay. Yeah, I figured they were covering the morning short through here. So yeah, that makes sense. And then this drop off, is it 11:46 yet? Okay, so let me check shift search and see if we see a bunch of puts coming in. Nope, wrong website. So yeah, looks like shitload of Jan 2023 100 puts. Almost $1 million worth. So Feb 490s, those don't really affect us. Those might be sold. Sold. Any block orders? Block only. Feb 230s? Those are expensive. That's sold. That's a weird block. Why would they call one contract a block? Okay, anyway. So likely a bunch of $100 puts right here. Same time, so I'm thinking that lines up. He can buy up to 20% of the outstanding, assuming 70 million shares. He can have 13,999,999. Thank you, Daniel Taylor. So 6 plus 9, inaccurate. Get fucked, nerds. Mine shows puts exceed yesterday's total by 62%. What do you mean by sold Ray shift search? Like short puts. Or sold. It's a bullish position. So someone bought a bunch of puts and they were all sold by an options writer as opposed to someone buying someone else's already existing puts. If you see volume go up, but OI remains stagnant, then these are just those puts trading. If you see OI go up with volume, then you're seeing them sold to open. Since ETF expiration was on the 21st this year, that would mean Feb 1 through 8 would be equivalent to last year's January 25 through 28. Except last year it was January 25 through 28 because it was GME FTDs. This year it's Feb 1st through 8th because it's ETF FTDs. This is also how we can tell if they're being exercised, because we see no change in volume and we see OI decrease. ETF FTDs are magnitudes greater in quantity than GME FTDs. Fuck me in the pants. GME FTDs are relatively low since June. Since the Russell 1000 S&P 400 move. About 35 days, or T plus 2 plus 35 days from where we're starting to see these borrow rate bumps, we should see a bump in GME FTDs. I'll look at some data sources. There's a few. I don't need more pigeonholes to do it. I might get it, at least for the short term. So would ETF FTDs have a larger impact than last year? Yeah, ETF FTDs last year were mostly insignificant. What crime? I'm sure that if RC was buying, he would just buy directly, probably through Jeffries. RC can't buy 6 million shares either, so. If RC bought in, he would likely use options. Like, probably in the money, but options all the same. Far dated. You could watch for that. If we see large numbers of far dated options come in. March 18th, 100s. 23. Yeah. Doesn't look like it. The shares outstanding is 76.35. Daniel. Why wouldn't he be able to do it with options? OG rules. Someone was saying that 2023 calls are all going up. You'd be looking in the money. How frequently ETFs used to create shares to short stocks? All the time. It is common practice. Is borrowing real shares only done when ETFs are tapped out? Pretty much. It depends if the person shorting is an AP or not. How does the relationship of covering FTDs and their ability to drop it lower to cover at a lower cost affecting long-term price action? Wouldn't this condense the future settlements to a tighter window? Yes, it does. What if crime? Dumb. They've been massively shorting the stock for 2 months straight while apes kept buying shares and options. Bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it works out for him. In all likelihood, the method of them buying them is stipulated in some other contract. I'd be surprised if they left that open. Could be wrong though. I mean, that's usually how it's done, is through options. Why wouldn't he buy them at market price? You're talking about like 5 million. It's like hundreds of millions of dollars. That's why. Um, I mean, we have a solid double bottom. This could be the end of our low, at least for the near term. As a member of the board and already one of the largest shareholders in the company, would someone in that position normally buy in the open market or directly from the company? I think they could just buy in the open market. Elon had fucking just sold off or exercised a shitload of his Tesla options. Look at DMs. $15.270156. You bastard. Maybe. Isn't that pocket change for RC? No, it's like half his fucking net worth. I already saw Apple. Didn't Apple just like crush fucking earnings? It's not been easy to watch this week's ouchie down down, but it's all right. The shorts haven't closed and my March 18th will print. Congratulations, Nesquik. At what point does the behavior of the shorts become market manipulation? If RC tweets the wrong thing, they would descend upon without delay from market manipulation. Eh, hard to prove. Um, Why? What's bipolar bear saying now? Market's all green. It's over, guys. They covered. Do you think 95 is margin call territory for someone? No. Cap below 200. Ooh. This is fantastic. You know, they crushed earnings last time and got destroyed too. Back here. Like it like ran up and then just got absolutely slammed into the fucking ground. This is amazing. Oh, we're getting back in my channel. Fuck yeah. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait a little longer. See if it can drop some more. Ooh. People didn't like the China outlook for cat, but they're still bullish on it. And with the market correcting, they want long-term value. And that's what creates the channel, is this indecisiveness on Caterpillar that keeps it doing this, which makes me lots of money. I read this one all the way up to like 220. It's a beautiful thing. You buy at the bottom, you sell at the top, rich. I'm gonna keep making money on it. It's my favorite thing in the world. How's my favorite grifter doing? Go fuck yourself. Give us through some probabilities of a breakout here. It doesn't look terrible. Why do stocks get shorted after good earnings? Why not? I said making money was my favorite thing. Willem. Also, Cat pays for my GameStop positions, so for Cat, would April 210C be a conservative bet? No, I don't buy at 210. Sometimes the runs don't go that high. I usually try to nail a slip to down to like 195 or 193, and then I get like 200s or 195s about a quarter out. The borrow rate was astronomical in fucking January. It was like up above 80%. I don't remember how high it peaked at. It was like, I think it was above 100. It could if it keeps going up. Someone posted on RGME that RC's gonna buy 6 million shares, half a billion. Nah, yeah, I agree. That's awesome interfamily drama. We're pressuring them on delta neutral area. No, delta neutral's up here. We need to push up quite a bit more for that to happen. About another $5. That was a big limit up. Hmm. Bullish. Gapping up like a motherfucker. Yeah, that's how we roll. DN's at 100. Why do I even write daily DD when 70% of you just come in here and ask me the questions I answered in it already? I'm going to stop waking up extra early. Can't read. Yes, you can. You typed that. What's the purpose of an ETF? To trade funds on an exchange. Roll your fabs. Um, ever heard of speech to text? No, I don't have it. Is it? How is it? If you talk to one of your rich investor friends into setting up a leveraged GME ETF, SPY inching closer to 440. Cool. We don't have the volume to push back into the old uptrend. Probably not. It's way up here. So it's not looking great. Although a break of that previous uptrend would confirm the double bottom breakout, which would be cool. Yeah. How are you supposed to get permissions for options? Um, Tell your broker the absolute truth about your millions of dollars in holdings and your Etsy store that makes you hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. What if I'm a part-time dog walker anarchist? Just Fidelity just got in the crosshairs of the state of Massachusetts for not doing enough to vet their options applications. No one vets their options applications. Did you see that article about Fidelity irresponsibly letting people get options approval after their profession and income changes drastically in one day? Fidelity doesn't only buy zero DT options. Is it because I'm poor? Probably. Is there a live options data provider better than unusual whales? Yes. They're going to start coming after retail and trying to take away retail's ability to use options within the next like 5 years. Bet they put the same day trading restriction of 25,000 onto options. Probably. TDA still want to prove me for margin trading on options. They said the way I was too much of a degenerate and I'd been spotted behind a Wendy's too many times. Opposition in small matters. Good fortune. Back when I opened my Robinhood account, which I obviously no longer have, they asked me if I wanted options and even pre-filled the correct responses they were looking for. Yep. Doesn't that day trading restriction already exist? Not so much for options. Options settle in one day, right? So, um, when you're a newer trader and you don't have like a $25,000 account, right? Um, so you have like a $5,000 account. If you're trading shares, first of all, you're looking at like super generally really small cap companies because shares are expensive, and so you can't play like bigger movers or more stable stocks, and you have to wait T+2 for shares to settle, even on a cash account, which delays your trading a lot and slows you way down. But if you use options, you can get leverage on bigger, better stocks, more stable equity, right? And they settle in T+1, which means by the next trading day, you're able to buy again, which can accelerate your growth. If I had it all to do over again, I would probably have learned to trade options first, or just kind of ignored trading shares. BBBY going hard. I know my options are telling me it's doing stuff. Do I have that on here? I don't. I have this like garbage like IRNT BBIG. Just delete this shit. Ooh, CRTX coming back up. Delete. Do I need to look at Lucid right now? No. I'm not really watching Spotify anymore. Moderna. Okay. Ooh. Looks like they're doing that thing where they clear their position on BBBY first. Their EMAs? Yeah, I pay attention to them. They matter. It'll rip and tear after they're done with the other ones. What's Dillard's doing today? Yeah, they shorted Dillard's too. Dillard's is going to break out also. I should just take these 100% gains. Maybe not. I'm thinking about it. Yeah. Ooh. What made you think to buy BBBY calls today? The way it broke out. It wasn't like a big profit. I spent $34. I made 69. Lunch. I did make 69. Doing all right, Steven. How you doing, man? Cash options settle on T+1, even on margin accounts. Yeah, but margin accounts have day trade restrictions. You can't buy options on margin, no, at least with Fidelity. It depends on how much money you have. I believe I'm being discriminated against. I doubt it. If they're covering some of their short position at these bottoms, are their positions growing through rolling, internalizing, and additional shorting? Yeah, but at different price points. GameStop fundamentals at around 140. Any such estimates on Tesla? They're just like analyst valuations. You can just look them up. I'm gonna average down or roll that DDS call. Nope. Yeah. If DN is 60, no, Vega neutral's at 60, and we're currently in the 90s. Isn't this super bullish for hedging to the upside Monday? DN's at 100 after near or after niner. Wall Street Journal article about Melvin losing 6.8 billion this month alone. I think it's deceptive title. It's about losing 6.8 billion last year, I think. Or that's what somebody was saying. I don't know. I haven't read it. I also don't care. Is my 0GC 180C going to print today? If not, I'm afraid I'm going to have to buy more to force hedging into the money. Back in early 2021, everyone was putting a lot of emphasis into not J trading GME. Thoughts on doing so now? How might it affect their ability to roll? I don't know why anybody would trade shares of game. Like, it's $100 a share. It doesn't make sense. It's not a good day trade target either. It can be when it starts to experience volatility near the beginnings and ends of the cycles. But outside of those periods of time, like, GameStop's really dangerous to day trade. It can lose a lot of value very quickly. I think it's not, and with the volume and the illiquidity, like the spread, it's basically like trying to trade a stock in after hours, but all through the trading day. There's just much more like reliable, stable stocks to day trade. GameStop's just not one of them. GameStop's really good for swing trading with options. Which broker would be the easiest to get margin on for selling GME CSP? I have margin on IBKR, but their maintenance requirements seem a bit more strict. Mostly I sold CSPs and sometimes naked puts on Tasty Trade. Or TDA. Both of those are a little bit more degenerate than IBKR, especially with their margin requirements. I don't actually have a margin account with IBKR. I have a cash account, so I couldn't if I wanted to. Do you use add the money for swing trading or near the money or out of the money? It depends. Sometimes one, sometimes another. Sometimes in the money. It depends on my confidence in the move. Remember when they pop margin requirements up to 350%? Yeah, it's risky. Starting this low going into the cycle, do you think 130 is too high a strike for 218 or even 318? 130 seems attainable, especially for 318. I think 130 is, I think our next, so if we can cross 120, it's a very smooth move up to 150. And if we push through 150, like the way the call chain is right now, if we push through 150, it's very likely to hit 180, 200. My current out of the money positions capped out at 250, and I think even that's like for out of the monies, that's pretty risk averse. But if you want options that are more likely to go in the money, I mean, at the money is always the best bet, or in the money. The only problem with in the money is that like your gains are going to be in line with like 100 shares of the underlying, because you're gonna capitalize less off of implied volatility. What makes you think they can't shut off the buy button again? Who cares? I already buy options. I don't care if they turn off the buy button. It sounds like they have more than enough assets to live very comfortably on lower risk. CSPs and CCs. I don't sell CCs on GameStop. Are you still in Jimmy because your financial ambitions are way higher than your average bull? I mean, yes. I want to make lots of money, not just enough money. Which delta explains why my BBY 214 calls, which Greek, aren't keeping up with the price of the stock rocketing. Still red. How long ago did you buy them? It's very possible that it's theta decay. Are they in the money already? If they're in the money and they're still negative, it's because of theta decay. Are you 250C IV plays? That's my plan for them, yes. Well, no, there was a long time where we weren't below delta neutral. Delta neutral was below us. It's the pushing of the price below delta neutral that presents the risk. The last time so we went below delta neutral going into the December leap expiry, but the last time before that we went below delta neutral was in last February. Falcon's main position is put short position on GME. How does he lose 6.8 billion in a month? I don't think that's what that did you read the article? I'm not trying to buy some Gucci. I'm trying to buy them all. What was this week's run from ETF FTDs? Feb 1st through 8th? Yes. What's max pain today? I forgot to check. I feel like I wrote it down somewhere too. Is max pain moving down also? Max pain 109. Did I write that in the fucking daily? I feel like I forgot it. Max pain 109. I put 111. It's shifted down. Everyone one of these days, Alice Bam, zoom to the moon. Thanks, Trina. I'm not sure what that is. Uh, from the Barbie example? What is delta neutral? Still 110-ish? It's at 100. What's lots of money for a typical American New Yorker? No troll, just curious from a European point of view. My initial... I'd like to exit GameStop with... probably like 100 million at a minimum. That would be my goal. I'd like more than that, but 100 million would be ideal. Post tax, of course. Per share? I don't know about that. Benjamin, if you add a 0, you're close. Please tell them what price point gets you there per share, just for transparency. Fuck you, Cornub. I'm your most bullish viewer. Velvet Jupiter, did you fucking paper hand pigeon whale? Is everything okay? Did we shame Velvet Jupiter already? I can't remember. Hold on. Relax. Maybe he's on a different account. PyPy needs the price to hit like 15 million for his 9 shares to do that post tax. I have 12 shares now, Carl. Dick. What's your cutoff date for rolling over March 18s? Like Feb 24th. I wish I had 200,000 shares. Oh shit, nice man. Congrats on the 3 more. Thanks, dude. Do you see your 100 million as a MOASS rip or compounded? I'd like to make that regardless of what the stock does. MOASS or no MOASS? I mean, yeah, I'd rather be a billionaire. But I could get to a billion in 10 years with 100 million. If somebody can say I can buy for 318s only on Monday again, based on that, I would have to use money that I get through selling the Febs. Are you talking about rolling, Biggest Dan? 100 million is ridiculous. That's the type of money I make. You're not in my league. Is it possible for us to get to 1,000 per share and it never actually triggers MOASS? That's unlikely. Yes, sir. At a margin account, I don't have any free capital anymore except through selling. I mean, when you roll, your only options are to add additional money to maintain your strikes or sacrifice leverage. So when you're rolling from that position and you intend to not like you don't intend to add capital, then you have to either roll up and raise your strikes, or you have to roll straight out and reduce leverage. Did Velvet Jupiter confirm shame? This makes me sad. Shame. I can get from 100 million to 100K in a week with my trading prowess. You could sell so much perfectly delta hedged theta with $100 million. When all 2.6K of us viewers are at, oh, okay. A feasible way to trigger MOASS would be if the crypto community piles in on LRC, apes that don't have capital to pile in on GME. Ew. I've seen this chart before. It drops, runs up, flattens out, and then big downs towards the end. We'll see. We're actually staying fairly strong. We didn't drop off nearly as much as I would have expected. We didn't maintain the higher trend though, which is kind of shitty. And yes, you're usually right. Usually this just means that they're gonna slam the price into end of day. Should I sell a covered call? I'll never do it, man. DN is at 100. There's a blue line on the screen. That's awesome. Thanks, Fluffyosa. Do you use a screener to find potential trades? Sometimes. I look for momentum setups. What did he tweet? I'm not a Twitter user. He tweeted this. Oh, look, I have notifications. Eh. So we're moving to Twitch. No, we don't have to, actually. It's an educational image and allowed by YouTube. I looked it up this morning. Can you, though? There's also a lot of very graphic videos on YouTube about how to put a condom on. Dude, what if you get to talk to if you switch to Twitch? What do you think about buying a call of some kind on PAG? Penske Auto? It doesn't actually look terrible. I don't hate it. Are you trying to play like this like EMA 120 bounce? I'd give yourself a little bit of time. It's possible though. It's a nice setup. Although I feel like it may have fallen through its like long-term trend here. Maybe that's a little lower. Yeah. It's risky. Where's the low trend? Hold on. That's actually higher. I don't love it. You could, I mean, you could try. There's a setup there, but it doesn't look great. Oh shit. That's fucking weird. This doesn't look great. Hmm. Am I shutting the stream down at 7K a share? I'd probably shut the stream down way fucking before then. Do more of what you just did for PAG. People go nuts for that. Why? Why do people go nuts for that? That's a bullish Dorito, right? No. It's a shit Dorito. I know you see this at least once a day, but what are the two books you recommend to learn more about options and technical analysis? Technical analysis of the financial markets and options as a strategic investment. MOASS starts somewhere between $1,000 and $4,000. Probably. There's variables, but at precisely what time today should I purchase one March call? You can do it whatever you want, actually, as long as the market's open. Why shut down the stream during MOASS? Because I wouldn't want to influence people's decisions based on my own. As a matter of fact, nobody with good intentions should be streaming MOASS. Additionally, if you were involved in MOASS as an investor, you should probably stay the fuck away from social media. It will have a negative influence on your psychology. Oh, shut up. You just want the bandwidth. I mean, that too. Once MOASS happens, will we never see you again? I have an agreement with Carl that if he dresses up as Gloria Stefan from the Conga music video and performs said music video in its entirety, that I will return for at least one more stream. Boss Blunt said he's going to stream MOASS. Boss Blunt is a fucking idiot. So good luck getting your advice from that guy during one of the most volatile financial events in history. What if I'm already a negative influence on my own psychology? Well, then nothing's going to make that better. Just throw your computer out the window. What's your feelings on CAT 210C for March, June window? Better to wait for 200s? Yeah, I don't like 210s. Sometimes those runs kind of only break like 206. And CAT's not volatile enough for like a 210 to print on a test of 206, or at least not very hard. I much prefer like at or very near the money calls with CAT with lots of time. It's kind of, it moves a little bit erratically. It actually has like kind of a crazy bid ask. So sometimes when it runs, it gaps a bunch, but it doesn't do it on a lot of volume. Cat looks like it's turning around too. I really want to see that below 200 or more below 200. I'll give it some time. The market's still doing shitty things. So I guess we have just a full-on pennant now. If this slips a little more, it could break into like a descending wedge. But it would probably have to slip almost down to 94. This could break to the upside. This is a little more bullish. Can I transfer my Pigeonwell membership to Boss Blunts during MOASS? If you want to, I don't give a shit. Not sure why Cat doesn't have more strikes. It's like a big, slow moving stock. I don't know. They don't want to write more strikes for it. There's no volatility. No, Jesus. I'm not even getting into it. I don't care. I am aware that he holds AMC. That should be a big signal. I'm not going to delete the channel. I'm just not going to be on it. Time is relative, so MOASS already happened, is happening now, and will happen in the future. 'It is listed as private and unavailable, Daniel. I'm sorry. It will be put up later after it's edited. How can I watch more ads so you get more money? I think I have a button for that somewhere. There you go. Can we get out of double digits before we start talking about MOASS again, please? 1269 today will be the proof. We'll see. All right, let's track this a little further. This looks better now. Some nice support there. Are you friends with any time travelers? Can you have them peek into the future and tell me which options I should buy on GME? I don't know any off the top of my head. You black laughs at your ads. It does. Decent expectations for next week. We'll see what happens. New York is getting 3 to 5 inches tomorrow. What happened to like 20 inches? We're supposed to get like 20 inches of snow. Yeah, I don't care. I mean, that's probably a problem for the Grubhub drivers that have to come to my apartment, which is kind of shitty. I'll tip extra for the next few days. You think puts on hood is a good idea? Whatever makes you happy. I don't really care about playing hood. It's too volatile. I've told lots of people they're getting 20 and given 3 to 5. Why do different brokers have different borrow rates? Because they can set their own. What happens at this point? I just wait to see what happens. Yeah, we're just waiting for the dam to break. Latest projection for me in Connecticut is over 18 inches. Jesus fuck. Can you turn your gain up on your mic so I can hear your Adam's apple move? Ryan didn't say it breaks 69. I don't think we're going down to 69. It's unlikely. Unless the market crashes. In which case it would go lower than that. Is 1269 a thing today, or is that dark pool dump only on certain days? It's on every day. It doesn't. It's not always realized though. It just depends. It's clearly a specific pool that they like to use, but they don't always use. It's our current downtrend is a good opportunity to see it print though. Like we're stabilizing for a bounce here. If it goes below 69, then we're coming for you, DFE. Fuck yeah, we are. The market is crashing, bro. Go look at the video on Extreme Gains channel. He shows the S&P following the same old crash road. Good for him. It is, but slowly. We have bearish divergence. It's not a crash yet. It can recover. More people have lost money betting on market crashes than money that has been made on market crashes. Are market makers even necessary? Supposedly. Could the whole system be automated? Probably. It mostly is. Let's talk about supporting the channel. I thought I'd hit the like button and drop a pickle in your jar. Thank you, Riku Suave. I appreciate it. That's it. I've had enough. Who do I have to sleep with to get this thing moving? I don't know. Jerome Powell? Someone DM'd me with a really good, like, tinfoil thesis the other day for GameStop. They just ran in January because the Fed bought a bunch of GameStop as part of their asset purchase program and blew up the shorts. I like it. Just tuned in. Did I miss anything remotely important? The sad part of the day? You have any coupons for your Zillionaire membership? Fuck no. I'm actually waiting on the next consumer price index to determine the pricing of Delanor going forward. I think we need to start tracking inflation. I bought a hamburger last night and it was $15. Who the SEC do I have to give handies to make GME run? You really don't. They're mostly tapped out. They spend their entire day on Pornhub. Hear me out. What if no? No, pigeonhole pricing's stabilized by the real estate they maintain. Go ahead and raise it. It doesn't change the fact that I'm still poor. That's the thing. That's the thing, Chicken Tender Daddy, is that it wasn't even like a mid-level burger. It was a lower. It was a low end burger. I'm not actually doing that. I'm just kidding. Jesus, I priced in inflation months ago. uh, why did I do this to myself? Why would you pay the Dan's manager $15 for a hamburger at Wendy's? DFE getting snowed in. See you later, bipolar bear. You keep talking up New York City, but it sounds terrible. $15 for a burger, more than my salary and rent. You're the worst shill ever. Yeah, but this chick I know who works at Starbucks makes like fucking $32 an hour, so it balances out. I don't even think she's a manager. She's like a shift manager. I literally just got a notification from my credit card company telling me that YouTube charged me $24.99. So it looks like I'm safe from inflation for another 30 days. Congratulations, a user. So the inflation's business just taking advantage of other sectors' rising prices too. Oh yeah, absolutely. $32 an hour for a shift manager at Starbucks. I'm dropping out. Hey, look, I called it. Did you guys see me call it? I called it. I said we were gonna bounce, and we bounced. 1269. I forgot the song again. Oh well. I think that means she is a manager since it's in the yeah, but like she doesn't manage anything. She's just like one of the employees that's been there longer. She has no extra like or additional responsibilities. I think actually she just has to do like she has to work more hours, which is so she does the same thing everyone else does, but for more time. I don't know how it works there. Have you considered streaming from class? No, my classes are at night. Why would I stream from class? I make $30 an hour as a lawyer. That's shitty. That can't be real. I don't drink Starbucks coffee unless it's an emergency. Like if I really need coffee and it's the only thing I can get. It's just awful. Burnt burnt beans. I have my first orientation tonight, 6 p.m. I'm not looking forward to it. I am taking online courses. I'm not gonna go into a school. I'm a grown up. I'm a public interest lawyer. Remember government salary? Those sons of bitches. You need to get into the private game, hella. Fuck the government. I have a friend who's one of the biggest idiots I've ever met in my life, but he made it through like a shitty law school. And he makes at least triple that. And I've talked to you. You don't seem stupid. Do you ever consider RC was telling you not to go to school and just research stuff on Wikipedia? Wikipedia, interestingly enough, doesn't have that much useful information about the financial markets. I'm in an MFA MBA program. I'm a grown up gherkin sitting next to 69ing J-Pows dressed as Superman. It's not inaccurate. Carl said you picked out skater clothes last night at school clothes shopping. Is that true? Well, we were at Zoomies and he wouldn't buy me a new deck. So I decided to get my revenge by buying a bunch of overpriced hoodies. Cores couldn't get into my school. I don't have to worry about that. First pours, what is a good coffee you could recommend that will not bankrupt me? You could roast your own beans if you have a toaster oven that has a low temperature setting. It's like the hedge fund manager degree. Hence the MBA part. Seems like there's not a lot of overlap there. I wanted to be a doctor when I first started school. Trash. And then I realized that becoming a doctor was a big time sink and I would be more focused as a doctor on making money than patient care. And I didn't like the idea of that. So I went with the thing that made money instead. Can you explain OPEX? It means options expiration. Did you say MFA? It's a MFE. Did I say MFA? MFE. It's Masters in Financial Engineering. DV has let himself go recently, clearly enjoying life. Evidence in your inbox. She's gonna keep giving me these. Gonna make everyone so rich we can finally go to the doctor. Isn't that kind of like taking a foreign language class when you already know that language? A bit. I mean, there's stuff I don't know, obviously. Um, but you need proof that you know it. That's all a degree is. It's just proof that you know something. Or someone else says that you know something. I guess it's not really proof that you know it, but for that a period of time you understood a subject. How many dancing gifts do I have? I mean, 3 so far. If you don't want to work for anyone, what do you intend to do with your proof? Lord it over people? Use it to get loans? Did you have any career influencers growing up? No. My motivation was not being poor anymore. Are you going to trick your quants into doing your homework for you? If I can. Speaking of which, Jay Fresh, how are you with statistical modeling? Remember a while ago you told us your friend took out a loan to play spy puts? How's he doing on his trade? I have no idea. I can't remember what strike he bought. I could ask him. Probably sold too soon. I think he might have gotten out. I haven't talked to him in a while. Can you create a folder full of various artwork from the channel so you can make more art from it? You're just trying to front run me on my NFTs. Nice try, Stefan. I know what you're about. Coming with these innocent requests, and really you just want to figure out my trading system and mint my dope channel artwork. How many best friends do you have? Best? None. Good? A few. Do we not share the location of the channel art? I'm pretty sure we do. Trash Dan. Did they approve you for the NFT marketplace? No, but they told me my application was under consideration, I think. Or something. Something like that. They sent me an email a while back. I'll let you guys know if I get approved. Did someone hurt you? No, I just don't like people. I don't trust them. And most of them turn out to be self-serving. Hashtag best friends. I like Zakir a lot. Zakir's pretty close. You're moving up. I'm not gonna lie, Zakir. Another wonderful month. By the way, you know 510 Gang is your friends. Thank you, Delta Strike. I appreciate it, man. I think you took out 50,000. I think you're right, Nedog. What's our friendship status? I mean, you paper-handed Pigeonwell Velvet. I don't know. If I get rid of Zakir, can I take his spot in your hierarchy of friends? No, and that's weird. Don't say things like that. You say you don't like people, but you're giving a beautiful service to a lot of people every day. I think you're confusing me with the Dans, Ryan, but I appreciate the sentiment. I think the Dans service most beautifully. I kind of just sit here and stroke my own ego for 7.5 hours a day. It's fulfilling. What do you do on Friday evenings? The same thing I do every evening, Pinky. Is this a good entry for Moonwind puts? You finally ready to admit you're speaking from experience? I don't know what you're talking about. You're literally going to get a blizzard in New York City. Still no chance at snowman building. I'm not going outside. You're going to touch fucking New York City snow with my hands? Disgusting. Watch Nobody on HBO Max this weekend if you have time. Interesting. A paper-handed billionaire to buy options? What fucking option did you buy for $25? I can ship you some Canadian snow. Is it fresh? Any suggestion for generic financial news sources? Financial news, you just have to understand. You have to be able to disseminate the bullshit from the real information. All of it's useful in a way if you can understand the underlying motives for the news coming out in the first place. Whenever you read any news article, you should be like, why did they feel the need to tell me this? Who benefits from me knowing this information? If information is the ultimate source of power, then why is it being given to you? Disturbing information has just been brought to my attention. Your trading secrets have been stolen by the quant team, who's been leaking it to Fluffiosa and Trashdan, who've been embedding it in every stream card. Also, Visceral backward masks it and binaural beats in every song. Ah, oh well, I tried. Can you whisper discussing into the mic? It's a weird request. I don't think so. No. Why did they need to tell us on Wall Street Journal about Melvin today? Because they want us to think we've won. It's a ruse, a facade. Because the people that are really at risk from our positions have decided to use Melvin as their scapegoat for the last year. Just like they bailed Melvin out to keep their own positions from blowing up in January. And Robinhood. I mean, it's just another in a long series of, look, GameStop's over articles, right? Why did Ryan Cohen want us to know about the 69 position? I assume so people could have more confidence in disappointing their lovers. Why do they want us to think we are winning? Because they want us to think this is what winning looks like. Disgusting. Autocorrect. Oh, okay. What do we hit first? 90 or 100? Hmm. I think 100. Well, he can only. I don't think he can buy that many. I don't need GameStop or Ryan Cohen to disappoint my lovers. Congratulations, Wagner89. At least you're honest. If if you can be honest with yourself, there's room for improvement. Just play professional CS:GO for like 3 years. You'll never disappoint anyone ever again. March 18th sprint next week. Would you consider averaging down through spikes or just hodl through OPEX? It's a good question. I don't know. It depends on what floor we're able to maintain. I'll probably sell my out of the monies at the peak and like average those down or move them out, leverage up for OPEX. Except your parents. Feb 1 through 8th ETF FTDs. They suppress the run because they're not GME shares in totality, if that makes sense. They're not totally GME shares, but as far as suppression of the run goes, I don't know. It's a lot. It may be more than they can handle. Earnings is soon. We know what happens after every earnings. We do. When you buy options in his investment strategy, do you always buy at least a quarter out, or what is the shortest time frame you look at? Oh, as it depends on what kind of investment strategy I'm looking at. Like, is it a trade? Is it a long-term investment? Is it like a quarterly thing? Am I playing earnings? I mean, there's so many different variables there. Sometimes I buy weeklies, sometimes I buy, 2 weeks out, 3 weeks out, sometimes it's monthlies. It can be quarterlies. It depends on the underlying, what I'm expecting. It's unique to each situation and each underlying asset. You think the short hedge fund can internalize all 15 million FTDs next week? I doubt it. What's the best way to learn about OPEC settlements and their mechanics? Research it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Pickle News Network. My name is PyFi. Today's top story, 69. That is all. Remember to tune in Monday. And remember the price is wrong and points don't matter. Peace. Thanks, Lentil Burrito. I hope that did it for you. When's GameStop earnings? Probably before March 10th. Or on March 10th. Awesome. When's the last time we closed over Max Payne? It's been a while. November. You strike me as a Miata guy. I can't even sit in a Miata. Paper-handed bitch. Velvet Jupiter. Did you use WeBull? Is this WeBull desktop version? I'm looking for a desktop trading app. This is WeBull. It's the desktop version. There's a link in the description. Don't own your GameStop shares there, but it's fine for everything else. Or maybe don't. I don't know. It's up to you, but I probably wouldn't. Not a large amount. Man, I was really hoping to do notes and stuff today, but looks like I'm going to be stuck edging all day again. Consolidation's a bitch. Just tell your professor. Just be like, we were consolidating all day. I couldn't go anywhere. Earnings are always late March, early April. Nope. False. March earnings this year were on 24th, right? No. Was it before then? When was the futures roll? Wasn't it before futures? Or was it after futures? Why would it be so late? It was 323, but every other earnings has been right before the futures roll over. Yep. And yep. I don't think they're doing it that way anymore. It's kind of like the holiday earnings report that everyone's waiting on that's never coming. Jimmy earnings on 322. Who said? They haven't announced it. How do you know? Who told you? Look at shift search. Something real weird happened at 1:10 p.m. Was it bullish? What do you think about puts on UWMC? I mean, there's not a lot more for it to go down. Oh shit! Somebody bought or sold? Sold. Unbelievable amount of puts at 195. Jesus, that's a that's a lot. The big spike. I wonder if those just got sold. Hold on. I think those just got sold off. It looks like they're moving out of their big put positions, their big in the money put positions. That is very bullish. It's not that they expected to hit 195 soon, it's just that they're closing those positions, which means they're applying less downward pressure on the stock. Looks like sell to close. OI's dropping, so I would say sell to close. Yeah. How many puts? Well, there's 0 open now, and there were 182. So they sold off 182 of them. $1.7 million worth. Selling their puts means we'll see an upswing, probably. If it continues, yeah. When will we see that on the chart? When the market maker decides to buy back the like naked shorts? Where do you get your live open interest data from? Shift search. It's not great, but it's fine. I don't have a merchandise store. And if I do open one, the first thing I'm selling is my custom crafted nut mix for day trading. If low in capital, is it rational to sell 100 shares to buy March 18th at the money calls with the intention of exercising some to average down your cost basis? No. If that's like a trap that people really should try to avoid, and that like other people are going to hold the floor for them and they can sell their shares. If you sell shares, you drive down the number of FTDs. I mean, you can do whatever you want, but just do it with that knowledge that by selling shares to buy options, you're in fact destabilizing the floor that supports your options play. Can't have one without the other, unfortunately. And one of the problems with this whole thing is that it does create that bystander effect, and people should be warned of that. Consider options as, you know, an investment on top of your long-term position, not instead of. Ross, new subscriber, you definitely don't know me. I have the infrastructure to take your merch to market. Remember the Pigeonwell snafu of 2021? Structure in place, waiting on your go. Thanks, Ross. You should sell raffle tickets. Winner gets to pick up your coffee grinder and deliver it to you. What about buying options that expire worthless and then selling shares to pay the rent? That sounds like you invested more than you could afford. Bullish divergence on RSI. And that might have just been the peak there, though. A little bit. It's not sustained. Interesting. Is someone fucking buying in? No. Curious. Drax, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club as soon as the stream's over. Appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it to float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
Gonna exercise them, Nav. You don't need a buyer if you just exercise them, right? I heard you say earlier, after MOASS to stay off social media. Would this be because of the negative sentiment, or could you elaborate more on the why? It'll just affect your psychology. You're going to be listening to people saying they sold or paper handed. You're going to be listening to people say this is the peak and shit like that. And if you're going in with a plan, you should stick to your plan and not be influenced by other people. Social media does exactly that. So yeah, there's no point in being on there. It's not like anybody on there knows what the fuck they're talking about. So why are you doing it? Just for social interaction? Like there's no benefit and only possible negatives. DFV's cost basis is not $150. What if you have no plan? Get one. Utilization at 86.41. You think they're pulling the backstop off the rise by selling those puts, or just taking gains from a recent drop? I think they're pulling the backstops. I don't really have any plans for the weekend. I don't know. Probably gonna try to do some work on the new channel. Which time frames will we be using the most during MOASS? 1 and 5 minute, probably. Is the new channel subscription based? No. It's not even monetized. Drew the website. I fucking love science. They had an article about a mummy that was pregnant, said the fetus is preserved like a pickle. One of your ancestors, maybe? Interesting. Investing in options has helped me quickly discover my character and all of my flaws. I was not ready for that. I'm sorry, these nuts. It's a very rapid self-exploration. No, it's not. The red candles have wicks too. My original cost basis was $14.89 a share, but I don't tell people about it. Thanks, Roaring Kitty. Roaring Kitty is starting to sound more and more like he's either Roaring Kitty's biggest fan or maybe just actually Roaring Kitty. My account is monetized because I uploaded a cat video in 2010 that got like 20 unique views. Any thoughts on what the markets will be like post MOASS? Down? No one knows if DFE sold or not, but if he has not at least secured a nice amount of profit, I would think he was more of a gambler rather than a great investor. I mean, he had profits secured, like 13 or 14 million dollars or something like that when he doubled down. Right? I think he did. Also, if he didn't sell at the first test of 483 or the second test of 350, why the fuck would he have sold at the third test of 350? It doesn't make sense. He secured profits from his options in January, a lot. breakout? Maybe. I pushed for one. Fidelity said I totaled 487 and realized losses this year. Maybe my best year yet. Can't wait to write it off on my taxes. Congratulations, Kyle. Intraday cup and handle guy. Thanks for recommending options as a strategic investment. So far, it's been a good read, and when I'm not reading it, I can use it as a counterweight to remove car engines. True. The first test of 350 only lasted a few minutes before it fell off a cliff. I don't think many would have had time to think about selling even if they could. I sold covered calls on the first test of 350 in Feb. There was time. New intraday high? No, not yet. Need more VAP. What's our high? No, 97. $96.69, gang. Let's get it. Yes, Girk. Tell us what stocks you're buying after we're all rich so we can front run you. No. God, I want to close over 110 so bad. I wouldn't mind closing at or near those prices. Son of a bitch. You spoke too soon. Rip my cholesterol filled heart. It's beyond obvious. They won't let the price go above delta neutral. Yeah, I don't think so. But the question is, do we go and touch it? I might. I don't know. Order book looks big blocks, DP dumps. I mean, they could just be covering FTDs too. It could be cost basis averaging secure. Although I wouldn't say that it looks like an institutional buy-in, not of a large number of shares. Delta neutral's at 100. Fuck. Is there a lower trend? This is gonna fall through. There. There's a higher and lower. Here, let me just. How much do we have to donate for a hot tub stream? Like an actual hot tub? How much do you have to donate to get a bathtub stream? Costco inflatable hot tub? I almost bought one of those the other day. It violates my renter's insurance policy, but I don't care. Preferably with me in a bikini. Weird. Weird kink. Trash Dan. I'm not shaming you, it's just odd. Falling below the trend. Ew. I think we're gonna come back down to like 94. Do we have any downside gaps? No. Not close by. What's your take on RC's latest tweet? He's clearly talking about our Dr. Gingerball's T plus 69 DD, right? All right. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back. Thanks, Sin Killer. You think Rock has some kind of quant he's hired? Ryan has some kind of quant he's hired to figure the same things you guys have about T plus 69. He's also nailed every pattern with a tweet, even to the downside. Has he? Is blasphemy to say delta neutral greater than VWAP? It's not. It's not greater than VWAP. Got to be above VWAP to smash through delta neutral. At the mid, there may not be a lot of liquidity for those strikes for March 4th, Robert, or Robot Salad. Have a nice plug-in. I'm not going for a plug-in. Maybe I should just do the whole. Can I? Ooh, nope, that's not what I want to do. Son of a bitch. How do I? Piece of shit. How do you shrink this? No. That? There we go. I know you took away the support. I learned something today. If you're gonna buy weeklies, you have to buy as close to the money as you possibly can afford, or you'll be red. Yeah. Oh shit. That's useful. I should really fuck around with WeBull more and learn the things it does. All right. I think we're going back down. I'll be right back. Are you sad for your weeklies? Not really. Should I wait till Monday to buy March 18th calls? You can if you want to. I'll be back. We done dropping yet? What's up? I'm back. Oh, I need to set a timer. I broker at 1.48%. Awesome. Where's my timer? Timer. There we go. He now leaves the computer when the stock, he wants the stock to run. No, I left the computer when I realized it wasn't going to fucking do anything. I borrow at 1.5. That's good. Borrow rate is edging me. Yeah, it's actually fantastic that the borrow rate is going up. Good time to buy back in for options. Nice dip. I don't know how much this is going to recover. The rejection here is very likely. Is there an interest for borrowing GME that gets you excited, or is the rate of change of the GME borrow rate? Both. It's continuing up. It's not really stagnating. And the fact that there's interest in borrowing GME shares from the lending pool. Lots of 80-90 puts sold. Interesting. When will you be buying your next options? I already rolled out my position. Interesting how the GME borrow rate goes up after a bunch of ETFs are thresholded. Yeah. This is our fair and balanced system at work. Will you be buying your next options? Oh, I already answered that. If I'm 90 puts are seeing increase in OI. Gensler just tweeted an investor quiz. First question, how many days can the SEC stop trading on a security? It's 30, right? Anything ever substantiated with the entropy swaps? Just highlighting opportunity. I haven't been paying too much attention to it the last few days. I need to dig some more. Stick for this for the weeks to come and increasing pressure we're seeing on the funds. Also check Discord PMs when you get a chance. I saw your PM. Yeah, you're probably not inaccurate. It's probably a good time to swing this by. It's volatile. I think it'll slip though. Yep, I know. IBKR at 1.5. No, you want to see the borrow rate hit the double digits, like 10% or higher. You'll lose money most likely in that scenario, though, correct? What scenario? If the SEC were to halt something for 30 days? Is that what you're referring to, or something else? Can someone fill me in on the T for why Course is getting ragged on today? Oh, because he's like bailing on AMC and saying things like GME was the only play. I'd rather buy a 12023 200C, but I don't have several $1,000s. So instead, every week, I just roll a 200C for GME in case MOASS happens. I guess that's not the worst plan. The left out of the question on the quiz, true or false, is the SEC all talk and worthless? You said you were leaving Bipolar Bear, and now you're back. This is you're really living up to the screen name. Coors made a statement about New York City based content creators in the community, and I can't understand why people trust them because they still use WeBull. Doesn't he use WeBull? And Robinhood? What? Thanks, Trash Dan. Guys, just remember who's really getting hurt in this YouTube drama. The ducks. The things he's taking out on his audience are nothing compared to what happens behind closed doors. Protect the ducks. Vote no for Matt Kors. This message has been brought to you by Trash Dan, former victim. Now that Matt Kors sold his AMC, are you gonna do a joint stream with him? Not until he buys more GameStop. Then yeah, I'll teach him how to trade. Can we touch butts now? No. You have to hit 69 months of membership first. You're gonna FTD the Power Hour song, like you FTD the 1269 song the past 2 days. How powerful does this hour look to you? Peppa, my wife's boyfriend said we're ripping after hours. Is he versed in the financial markets? What's your favorite dish that features duck as the protein? Peking duck with that fucking sauce. I don't know what it is. It's delicious though. It's made out of like plums or something. God, that sounds good. I'm gonna fucking trudge through the snow over to Chinatown. I'm gonna film the entire experience, send it to Trash Dan. Just when you thought you were safe. That's horrible. I know. Trash Dan, you're in Colorado or Oklahoma. It's it's pretty far to look, actually, geographically speaking. Is it hoisin sauce? I don't know. I feel like that one's like thicker and purple. Thanks, Cornub. They sell it by the whole duck, not the slice, but I appreciate it. Is Trash Dan your only foul subscriber? No. I'm seeking for what narrative? There's no narrative. I'll send you back to Philadelphia, Trash. What's this? Russia moves blood supplies near Ukraine, adding to U.S. concern. You do realize that this news isn't bad, right? I mean, it's bad for the Ukraine. It's very good for people that are long Boeing and Northrop Grumman. And the SPY. Ooh, the Dow? The Dow's gonna rip hard. GameStop can open GameStops on forward bases. The military is the government's largest employment subsidy program. Puts tendies in the hands of people. Cash money. Can I stay with you when I make a trip to New York? Absolutely fucking not. Oop. It's time for my BlackRock meeting. All right, guys. Here's the news. That's all. Show the GME chart. Oh, I thought this was GME. It's the same shit. Fuck difference does it make? Do you see this as the market slowly turning around for a bull run or slowly descending into chaos? Stabilizing. Much to the dismay of those super short the market. Hmm. I should have got a napkin. This is a fucking mess. Can you ask Larry Fink to push Jamie up to 100, 180 before today's close? You know what's fucked up? He could. He could just do that. Hmm. Thanks, Marshmallow. I think you should reconsider letting me stay with you. I'll show your Roombas how to properly clean a floor. Interesting. I already have a bear rug in my living room. Thank you, though. 1.5% barrow rate. Let's fucking go. Thanks, Jack Mehoff. Have any nuts today? No, I don't have any nuts. I'm almost out. I need to replenish my mixed nut supply. Yo, Greg, have you noticed there are some dancing folks on your screen? What? Yeah. Get them before the storm. I'm going to get them after the storm. So the stores will be empty. I'm not out of nuts. I'm just very low. Hmm. Pro fee now at 1.5, highest since April. I know it's exciting. After reading your trilogy and Exit DD, you and your collective should be proud, and I massively appreciate the effort. So with that said, we're all sat in the GME Departure Lounge, Wind Moon, someday. I already did several intraday rants. Wish today wasn't a normal shopping day for me. You know how the crazy store market goers are? I don't. I just mostly have all my things delivered. I don't know why people do that. They're like, ah, this is it. The snow's not gonna just melt in 3 days. I'm gonna be snowed into my home forever. I need 500 loaves of bread. Just nuts. I'll make it up to you by dining, whining, and 69ing a Dan later. Spider, that's just a beautiful thing of you to do. What wonderful charity. Usually the Dans don't get wine or dinner. Even the 69ing is more generous than they're used to. Most of their favors are kind of a one-way street. Do you think the Fed will short Jimmy because the reserved right to short a stock they think is overvalued? Cool. Squeeze the Fed too. Let's go. Aren't you fancy with your home delivery? Not really. It's just laziness mostly. What would you say to me letting me blindly swing my hammer at some Dans? Why don't you blindly swing your hammer at those fucking picture hangers that we've been trying to get up all week, Carl? We got shit all over the living room. My wife, unbeknownst to me, has been stockpiling dry and canned goods for the last 3 months in anticipation of grocery stores running out of food. Is this from the hamburger pie? Questions for the Dans. How do I find the nearest one? Google Maps? No. Just follow the milky river of bull mayo runoff from your nearest Wendy's. Does the rising borrow rates imply they're not able to suppress the price enough? You puts ETFs are having to fall back on increased direct borrowing. Yes. What the fuck was that? Did you start trading with more than 25,000? Yeah, I did. But I took years to prepare the shift, so I had a long time to save up. Professionally, a slippery hamster, 3 years. Just download the app, Dander. That sounds fucking disgusting. Is the camera cutting out again?
Five, four, three, two, one, zero. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Dr. K. Carl, you can eat my ass. Why don't you do something useful, like hang the fucking pictures up like Gurk asked you to? You're such a slothful fucking mod. Even Biter does more than you. Awkward. Carl, I don't know how you plan on handling that. My favorite is on big run days when people FOMO into the chat. They get mad at you for having stuff on the screen. So you just put more stuff on the screen. That's the idea. They're like, oh, I can't see the data. It's like, why the fuck are you using a YouTube stream to get your chart data? Let me tell you, that's not real time. After your DMs last night, I took your advice and started working straight away on a new and improved Dan song. I'll be ready to drop it on you over the weekend. I hope it has a strong anti-brag undertone. I'm not about the brags. I don't like them. Their existence is arbitrary and weird. I know iBorrow's at 1.5%. You could have seen the person who wrote it above you in chat as well. Of course the borrow rate's going up. Someone needs the stock. It's all happening, guys. All the prophecies are coming true. Soon, VWAP will spray us in the golden showers of tendies that we have so long dreamed. I paid to roll. What sounded cultish? Fuck you. This isn't a cult. Feb 3 through 8, will it just be up or expected short attacks all throughout from Feb 8 through 21? I think there will be some decent upside. I don't know if it's going to be all up. I'm sure there'll be short attacks, as you like to call them. A VWAP shower sounds delightful. It does. Your silence regarding the prophecy that you will turn into a real, legit pickle when MOASS starts, and that is why you won't stream during MOASS, is telling. Do you have any concern with the rising power of the Velvets? No, not really. Maybe for my feet, but the rest of me seems to be okay. Wow, you went there? Of course I did. It's okay, Velvet. I know. I understand why you had to paper hand your pigeon wheel status. OnlyFans is expensive. Lady VWAP, Frag Gurk, Guybrush, the Quants, Sanji, Zakir, Zakir's wife, Han, the other mods, Carl the Maid, Pigeon Wheels, Cornichons, Daniel Taylor Ham, Moonwin, and the rest of the Dans. Dr. K's at the end. You forgot Dr. K. Although if I run out of food, he might move up the list. At least I'm ahead of Moonwin. You're higher up on the list than he put you. When did this turn into a roast channel? It's always been one. Stop looking for affirmation, Han. You're already a mod. Don't worry about it, Dr. K. Wow. You need a roast recipe. You just stick meat in a fucking pan and throw some vegetables on top of it. Roast recipe. You put Dr. K higher on the list if you run out of food. He just said he stockpiled canned goods for months. Crockpots are okay. Like a slow cooker? Slow cooking is better than fast cooking. Sometimes. How do you set cereal on fire? Is there a member stream this weekend? Of course. Stick for the weeks to come. Oh, I saw that. Okay. Post MOASS, are we opening deep in the money pizza next to Club Theta outside of CBOE? Of course. CME. But yeah. Air fryer is good too. No. No, pressure cookers are not witchcraft. He likes his cereals with hot milk? What the fuck? Get a countertop pizza convection oven. Does the same thing, but you can make a whole pizza in it. Just a small thanks for your clippings as I tune in as much as possible during the day at work. I can't always catch all the goodness. Clips let me catch up at night, so thanks. Ah, no problem, Jason. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, man. Does puts cost same like shares? No, no. Just poll, please. Poll of what? I don't care what bipolar bear wants. Can you make a clip of all the bullish things going into the weekend? No. You know what? I think here's the real secret, Mohammed. I think Gary Gensler is just trying to figure out how many days he can halt a stock for. I don't think he knows. So he's asking. That's what the poll is designed to do. He has like a list of questions he needs to answer, but he's a busy man. And also the bandwidth that the SEC is usually kind of bogged down because of stuff. And so, you know, he's just using Twitter to get the research done for him. He just wants to make sure the stock's not going to be halted for his calls. We're doing up. Could Wednesday's run have been from hedging as we all rolled back into March options? Spikes happened when we all bought Febs back in November. Thanks. Everyone rolled at the top and then sold weeklies. And that's part of the reason the stock dropped, Storm. But it wasn't from people buying into options. It was just the gamma exposure and the FTDs that were due. Fucking push for Dion. Push for Max Payne. How did you guys get a hold of my boudoir photos? Why's my butt all pink? Hold on. Let me get rid of that. Let's just ignore that. I swear to God, if the pigeon whales are leaking shit from the OnlyFans, I'm gonna ban them all. Han's birthday card? I don't know if Han wants that shared publicly. Han says her eyes only. So, seems like I need to share it with everyone. Guys, when you have simps, if you don't give them a taste, they'll eventually leave. So it's thirst trap. This is getting real meta. Is that an air fryer? It's my trading computer. Is it still gay if it's for my cult leader? Because I know that it isn't if I'm being paid. Yeah. Super. FX hedge margin call at 328. Good to know. Has he ever been right? No. I think he just tweets when he gets his own account margin called. Like he's like, oh shit, IBKR sent me another margin call for 230. Thanks, Trina. How did you bite your lip eating grapes? What are you, a vampire? If you make eye contact with another man, that means you're gay. It's what happened to me. Goddamn chicken tender daddy. And really, here I was thinking it just took a lifted truck and more than one pair of boots. Feeling lightheaded now from the blood loss. Bye, J Ken. It was nice knowing you. Don't make fun of us with shitty teeth. You don't have any teeth. You're a duck. They're not like real teeth, though. They're just kind of like grippers. You broke the third wall. That was weird. This entire stream is me breaking the third wall. Just came here to say cheers to everyone, especially to you. You do incredible work and we all appreciate it. Thanks, Oda. Priscon. Stop being such a size queen. Check the Discord for art. Oh, nice. I like that one. That's cool. I'm surprised you guys haven't used the opportunity to change that to a D. Trash. Buckle up. This is it. The downturn into market close. At least we're closing green. DN is at 100. Aren't we supposed to be ramping up a lot in this time frame? Except they've decided to just internalize that. As they do. Win Toyota Prius. Said by the guy who has 2 lifted trucks. What's it like? Is it easier to bend your boyfriend over when the tailgate's a little bit higher? I know. I'll be in my bunk. We're still up 80 cents. No, that's actually accurate, Elena. I think you've nailed it. I like it when the down red candle touches the volume candle. The tip touch is the best. It's how the shorts like to say hello. Essentially, Jettle. I mean, you get a stock. It's probably not a real one, but who cares? Got filled at 420. Where's Carl? He's around here somewhere. Good for you, titty titty bang bang. I don't wipe. I have a bidet. Smooth. Gross. You know when it's not pleasant to have a heated bidet? Or a unheated bidet? When it's 13 degrees out. Although, there's probably benefits too. Do you not wipe after the spritz? I blot dry. Garrett, can you check my tinfoil theory that short hedge funds drop something into Sears SHLDQ to slow down GME? I don't think so. They're not even in the same exchange. Lord Gherkin, VWAP, second in command. What's the easiest way to calculate delta neutral? I don't know. Take up the entire options chain and find where delta is neutral. It takes like 30 minutes for a GPU to do it. I'm sure you can do it in no time, Stefan. I just want to say that I called out that drop seconds in advance. Without MOASS, what do you think a fair price for GME should be in 6 months? That depends on what GameStop announces in the next 6 months. Salik. What was the theory? That they're pumping dead stocks to get margin? Why? That's not how that works. It's backwards. If you're pushing money into an asset, it's not improving your margin. Right? People know this, don't they? No, it's not the point at which they would be perfectly hedged if there were no shares bought. It's the point at which they're perfectly hedged with the shares bought. AMC outperforming Jimmy today. Did Coors get out too soon? That's not how that works. Zombie stocks just bounce around because of like asset liquidation from the bankruptcies. And usually they don't do a lot. It's usually like insignificant moves. Or because they're like seller boxing them or profiting off arbitrage. Yeah, but that's not what's going on with those. That would mean other people would have to buy it, right? Have you read Securities Analysis, Dwayne the Long Johnson? Vic, what's up, dude? They think Google is helping the hedge funds by promoting a post titled Ryan Cohen did not DRS his shares. But wait, he didn't. Stop reading garbage and art like in new. Harry Balls. Thank you so much for becoming a Long Johnson, man. Confirmed Google shill. I'm on fucking YouTube. Guess who owns it? All those shims being placed in the margin. That is the problem. Yours 2055. Girk's channel has been quiet ever since MOASS. The only rumbling left in the chat are Darth Dan still shilling his mod campaign and Moonwind advertising his Wendy's dumpster business. I can see that happening. Are you planning on streaming MOASS after MOASS? Yeah, but just beauty and luxury goods. Like QVC for millionaires. You get like Kanye on to talk about his new shoes, or I don't know, other famous people who make things. What is ATBGE? I would watch if you started a cooking channel. How else would we learn how to mix nuts? Nut meats. Get it right. Did you check the Bazinga article? I swear I'm going to enjoy buying them out post-MOASS and firing everyone one by one. Nobody actually works for them. Awful taste, but great execution. Interesting. Give your jam guy the hookup and get him a bunch of high roller customers. No, I don't need other people swooping in on my jam. You keep your jam guy a secret, Elena. You don't tell the world. Some of those jams are very hard to get. It's like when I went out and told people about my truffle guy. It's ridiculous. I used to read Reddit a lot. Less nowadays. Herb Blucher or Air. Welcome along, Johnson. German name. Yeah. Herb Blucher? I just had a plant-based burger. It tastes like chicken. No, it tastes like plants. Who the fuck is Atticus Schaefer? Young Frankenstein? I know it's German for Mister. Is that? God, I haven't seen that movie in a long time. I'll watch that this weekend. You can't be your own forever daddy. It's Frau, isn't it? Yeah, that's what I thought. Do you think next week we're gonna crab, or we're gonna go up, or crab moving into OPEX? I think next week we're probably gonna go up, and then crab into OPEX. I rolled 2 febs and 180 into March 140, 150. Please say good job. Awesome, dude. Could you bring on Meet Kevin and ask him about his roast recipes? I want to ask him about his recent margin call. I don't say it every week. I just say it most weeks. That's not true. I've predicted weeks of flat and sat here through them. It's not been fun. DraxX, what happens to options if the SEC suspends trading? Is there a chance the suspension could bypass a delta sensitivity spike like in March? Yeah. We would just get fucked. Missing a baby conception. Why would I want to see that? Who the fuck is he? I don't know who he is, Sitting Bull. I don't... People tell me to get people on the show and they're like, oh, get this guy. And I don't know who the fuck they are. So if the SEC suspends trading for 30 days, what happens to options that expire during the suspension? They expire during the suspension. Who do you internalize more? Who internalize? Who do you think internalizes more? Dix, Citadel, Susquehanna, Credit Suisse, and the Dans? I mean, the Dans. Weren't there FTDs that need to be covered? Oh, Folkert, you don't need to FUD. They're being covered. Every single day. Why do you think we have so much fucking volume? It's not because people are buying the stock. Have those orders printed yet? That's a better question. Dickleman. Uh-oh. I think you went the wrong way with that. I just meant change the H to a D. I didn't mean... Do a poll for what Zakir and Zakir's wife should name their baby. Oh, God, no. Zakir, I sent you that video of how to put on a condom. I spent so much time looking it up. God, the amount of theta you're going to lose with 9 children. Puts on Zakir's theta decay. Is it significant that delta neutral is below max spin? This seems profound. You just keep going down that rabbit hole. You said change the P into a D. Pickleman becomes Dickleman. I don't know why you asked for this. That's not what I said. I was talking about the last image you sent me. H to a D. He did not reference the video. I can tell. Man. Zakir, you're almost sloppier with your seed than the Dans. He's an actor that played Brick in the TV show In the Middle. Why the fuck would I have him on my stream? There's not another baby. There's not a baby on the way. She has a baby fever again. Zakir, do you want to go on like a business trip for a while, man? If you come up to New York, I'll get you a vasectomy like that. 4 hours. Could GameStop mint podcasts? Could the creators of them get crypto every time they're viewed? As a creator, is this something you'd be interested in? I don't know. I didn't realize I created anything. Send us the new stream link tonight for after hours announcement. What after hours announcement? What is it? Just like after hours announcement Friday? Microtransactions of the future. You got a guy for that? A vasectomy guy? I mean, I know someone who can handle it. If it runs above DN in after hours, does it make them need to hedge? No, the options market's closed. You're literally a content creator? I've never created any content. False. I'm not giving up the vasectomy guy. Clip content. It's all these hours of the stream that I don't clip. This is where the real gold is. This is where generations will be able to go to find out how we lost all our money. So when our grandchildren ask, why are we so poor? We can just point them to this, right? I don't want everyone getting too bullish over the weekend. We're about to close $3 up. And I just don't want to hear about it. Everyone's going to get drunk on the Discord tonight. Slowly at first, then it all at once, little Jimmy. The hedgies boofed everything. Why are you naming... why are you having children that name your grandchildren Little Jimmy? That's very phallic. He will get beat up in school. I did. That was all the fun I had to drop. Ryan Cohen's not going to say anything after hours. He might, but probably not. Little Jimmy is what my wife calls me. Han, why don't you just stay sober and go to bed? Vorname, thank you so much. Stop going up. Wait, hold on. How much is a $98 contract? Oh, that's not worth it. It has been done. Check DMs. See, there you go. That's for you, trash. See what I did there? I gifted you your own thing. RC just tweeted the pinball wizard. The who? I'm gonna hang it above my bed. I know you are. We're not breaking 100 before market close. Although closing the day at the intraday high is pretty dope. Ding ding. Well, thank you all for tuning in. Have a lovely weekend. Frolic, 69 each other. I don't care what you do, but I'll see you bright and early Monday morning, 9 a.m. And for those of you guys that are members and get to see me extra soon, I'll see you Sunday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time right here for our members only hot tub stream. Silent Lurker, thank you so much. You guys have a lovely evening.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog. Not an advisor. Frigulon.